What's up, Construct? Good to see you again. I just want my cats to go be squirrely out there. Good, they're leaving. It's like in here is the worst possible place for my cats to decide to give each other a hard time. Well, I appreciate that. Hope you have a good night, whatever you end up doing. And of course I didn't texture any of these guys, so I need to do some of that too. Oh yeah. How's it going, Kenobi1? Good to see you again. It's not my job, nope. Just very careful with my time. It might be my job at some point, but not yet. It doesn't take very much. It really depends on yeah, this is for the cottage. It really depends on how fresh. This is actually sort of wearing out a bit, so I have to press a little bit harder. I should probably just make a new foam or foil ball. See, I almost said it again. Foam ball. Jeez. Hey, Mongoose. The stairs came out great. Still using them for some projects. Kenobi1, yeah, the cottage comes apart. So it's going to be basically 3 levels, and one of the walls of the cottage is going to stay in place. I can show you. Maybe I'll just wrap around the center. That way it's bigger. So this will be, sorry, lost track of my mic. And let's see. All right. So the plan is to have, this is going to be basically the cutaway that's playable. The outside is like found stone cottage style. I'll have, you know, windows and stuff, but the inside is probably going to be more like wood paneling, maybe some stucco. I'm not exactly sure. It's going to have a lot of stuff in here. If you imagine all the stuff that is happening on the first floor of the cottage, it's going to be a pretty busy place during the game. And the way that it all comes together. I'm sure I'll make some of the magnets more stable as I go too. This way. So the whole thing is sort of this like pill shape. So you can imagine, you know, door and probably a couple of windows. I'll probably do like, I don't know, 4 or 5 windows around. It's kind of what I'm thinking, because I want to have like boarded up windows, and then there's one key window on the inside that is open. And the loft, which is still kind of funky looking, but well, I think I'm back. Haven't had a drop like that in a while. Yikes. Seems back and strong now. Not sure what the deal was. Everything was connected fine and then just gone, and weird. Sorry. Yeah, I did explain it all before I realized it wasn't I wasn't streaming anymore, which was a fun surprise. All right. Yeah. So the let's get this put back together. Yep. So the loft up here, this way. Right. So this is the. Sorry, this is the. I think I had it the wrong way. So the the cutaway is not quite as intense as it seemed. That's the This is what it looks like. Chat on stream is frozen now. I've got to restart that too. And then top. And so this bit here, I've changed the most. Trying to figure out the way to basically, I want there to be a different looking sort of squat, like wooden second floor with a roof. And it's going to be sort of a flat roof with like shingles going around it. Like I said, it's gone through like 3 or 4 different iterations. This sort of building is fun because it's different, but it's also like I may change a lot of things because I've not made it before. Let me see if I can fix the chat on stream. Will it refresh? I have no idea, Mongoose. I'm really bad at estimating things like that. Do I refresh this? Ah. Ha ha ha. There we go. Hey, Fire. Yeah, I am sort of terrible at estimating how long things take, so I don't even really bother thinking about it. Right now, a build like this is so outside of, it's so different than stuff that I've made in terms of buildings. Having rounded walls and trying this type of like found, less than 80 years, trying this type of like kind of scattered found stone and mortar kind of look. I've never done it before. You know, in some ways I'm putting the stones on the outside of it because I need to, or I don't want to start to hate it. I think it can work. I have confidence that it can still work, but hate's a strong word. But I want to find a confidence with it, and I haven't found it yet. This whole cottage has been a hobbit house with a loft. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure I'm gonna go round door yet or not, though. What do you think? Should it have a round door? I feel like I can do a cute kind of like arched wood frame door, like an exaggerated wood frame door that would be fun, without going full on round hobbit door. Okay, geez, house. What was I doing before? That's right. Getting some fresh. So the thing with pressure on foam for texture like this is that you don't have to apply as much pressure if it's fresh foil. I don't think it's either. I think it's good to be passionate about what you are interested in, Fire. It's good to come up with stuff. You never know, right? Character design isn't a bad thing to do at all. That's true too. I think it is pretty standard. Okay, connection is looking excellent. Should be good to go. Have to keep an eye on it. So every house that I've looked at that's kind of made in this sort of found stone way, the profile of the stones should be pretty small, because actually it's usually only like the highest parts of the stone that are visible. I think that whatever paste I use to sort of act as the connective mortar between everything is going to actually define a lot of the look. Is it lagging? YouTube says it's excellent. So I don't think that the lag is on my side. But I guess anything's possible. What's up with YouTube tonight? I don't think I had any issues this afternoon. Alright, Crane says hi. Are you gonna chill out? Oh, that sounds cool, Mongoose. It's like he's rowdy before being asleep type of thing. Hey, what's up, Raven? How's it going? Ooh, sounds cool, Raven. Wings on what? Lord of Change? Huh. Hey, twin. Yeah. Hey, Swanosaur. The cottage has 3 floors. What would you consider a simulacrum, Swan? See a fire. Swan, it might be fun to try something like that within the confines of a dungeon. So if it's an NPC that is accompanying them in some way and then sort of gets replaced, there's a cool opportunity to sort of like, you know, maybe Indiana Jones style towards the beginning of the dungeon, the NPC sort of falls into a trap, falls into a pit, and they have to help them out. And they've unwittingly sort of swapped with the simulacrum at that point. They go through the dungeon, get to the end, you turn and like, oh, where'd the guy go? And then he kind of appears all just like bloodied and dirtied up, and it's like, why didn't you guys help me? Like, this has been terrible. And they find out the entire dungeon they were with the simulacrum and maybe some of the treasure is gone or something like that. That could be kind of interesting. Still have no idea what your overarching story will be as a DM. Well, what kind of think of it as just like another version of like if you were helping a player come up with a character. What kind of stories do you really like? What kind of stories inspire you? Maybe we can use that to find some ideas. Could it be one? It's not quiet. It's just not playing. Sorry. Hold on. Hey, Jade Bones. Welcome to the stream. There, music should be back now. Doing well, doing well. Annoyed at all of my stream issues tonight, but yeah, the exciting stuff is the cottage here. On the crafting side, the cottage miniature painting side, I'm painting up some basically like pick up and play heroes, a group to use with a one shot that I'm been working on, and it's going to be going into some play testing. So I'm getting everything ready to be able to run that and make some revisions to it, and hopefully get it to a place where I can release it. So that's exciting. I'd say I'm about, I don't know, 70 to 80% of the way writing the one shot. Still have some crafting to do and some props to make for it, but yeah, we're getting there. So there are stairs. The one shot has sort of evolved the stairs. It involves the mimic staircase, and about 6 or 7 other kind of wild new creatures. Takes place in this cottage, and yeah, it should be fun. It's fairly investigation heavy, sort of a little piecing the clues together sort of thing. I think it would work pretty well, both as a standalone and as a I want to use it at the beginning of a campaign sometime. I think that could be really fun. So, but we'll see. Right now, I haven't even run it yet. I've just been writing it, but I feel like it has some fun potential. Definitely had a lot of fun making the creatures for it. It's got, you know, all kind of original creatures and stat blocks, and I think I'm going to be sculpting most, if not all, of the creatures. No, not separate from. I've been pretty much doing all the work on stream. It's been helping that I've been able to squeeze out more afternoon streams to focus on writing. That way I can try to balance it out, because I only have so much time in a day. So 2 streams helps that I can keep obsessing over something like writing and still have streams at night to do crafting and miniature painting and playing games and other stuff like that. So a magic guild conspiracy story, it sounds like. Sounds like a lot of fun. Oh, nice. Yeah. Ooh, that would be fun. Yeah. Static is so stupid with these pieces. Hey, very funny. Welcome to the stream. You know, probably a couple. Yeah, you're right. Probably a couple. Hopefully not too many, because I want to run out before I cover this. Before I cover this thing. True. Ooh, thanks for the heads up. I've definitely heard good things about Severance. Yeah, I've heard that much about it already. Sounds super neat. Thanks. Yep, that's the plan. Even though I might actually fill some of it with hot glue first, just so that I don't have as much to fill with spackle. But we'll see. We'll see what I feel about that. Yep. Yeah, it'll have a door and windows. It'll be after the stones. I'll cut those out. Yeah. Cool construct. I don't watch shows tonight. I end up watching Severance as well. Yep. See you tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Catch you next time. Yeah, very possibly. Sure. I think so like it'd definitely be interesting like once I learn through this process, like you know, because it's one thing to sort of like hobble through making one. It's another thing to be like, okay, here's how you should make one. Because it's like, man, I don't know if I would subject people to a lot of what I'm doing here. It would be probably unreasonable. But yeah, I mean, I'll basically be using what I make for the art of the one shot, and then also using it as reference for making like digital maps and stuff like that. Because that's how, you know, obviously a lot of people play that way. So I want to support that as well. But I'll basically be trying everything I can to make stuff accessible and, you know, available to folks. That's the goal. Hopefully it looks cool. Ooh, that's a cool thought, Jade. I was just really concerned, and I think I'll be okay based on this so far, but I wanted to make sure that the stones that I'm adding wouldn't remove the curve, but yeah, you know, I only managed to get the one sent over, which did get used. And I'll probably revisit that project yet this year. I moved, kind of jumped over to this one because it's going to be a little bit easier to. I need to practice releasing some stuff that isn't as prop reliant as that one was. But I'm definitely gonna come back around to it. I'm happy with the stuff that I made. Like I'll be just basically revisiting that content, probably fixing up in this new way that I'm figuring out how I want to release this kind of stuff, and then it'll definitely go out the door too. Jesse, you had a fun D&D session. Glad to hear that. What made it fun? Is it a game you're a player in or a game you're a DM in? I have so many questions. Okay, then. It won't go through top chat, but I can see it in live chat. You know why. Straight from one of the classics. Cool. Cool, Raven. Congrats. Good luck. Have a great, what's it going to be? Thursday? Have a great Thursday. Oh, really? Does that mean tomorrow's your birthday, Jesse? So if you stick around, we can wish you a happy birthday. Do you know what time of day you were born? Hey, what's up? Why not sub? Welcome. How have you been? Can't complain. Just making my cottage here. much do I spend on my creations a day? The materials I use stretch pretty far. Most of what I spend is my time. I mean, this is XPS foam, couple sheets of that, you know, 20-30 bucks a sheet, big 4x8 sheets. Hot glue sticks are pretty cheap. Yeah, not that much daily. I will say that, like, obviously I benefit from crafting for the last few years and sort of accumulating stuff. That definitely helps. What's up, Shane? Welcome to crafting stream. Oh, hey, what's up, Seku? Sorry, I didn't see your comment. I do 3D print stuff. Yeah, I have an Anycubic photon mono that I print, just little miniature stuff. You started your first DM session 2 weeks ago, and you've been printing for over 120 hours straight for minis, walls, and all kinds of stuff. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I go through spurts with 3D printing, where I'll print a bunch of stuff, and then I kind of go through a season where I don't, probably because I need to catch up on painting stuff. Inspired by my puzzles. How much do they usually take? What do you mean by how much do they usually take? Like, how much time does it take to make them? Or, not sure what you mean. Because puzzles vary wildly. You know, I could argue that this one shot that I'm working on probably has a couple puzzles in it, or maybe like 10. But you know, I've also made a single puzzle before that took me as long as, you know, writing a one shot does. So it really just depends on the scope and the size and the type of puzzle. You know, you can make simple ones and you can make very, very complex ones. I think probably the best type of puzzle to make if you want to make sort of like a prop puzzle. I think one of the best ways to get started with that is a letter puzzle. You know, write a letter and encode a message in it, so that the players can detect it if they're looking for a coded message. That usually works pretty well. Yeah. So like two people are writing letters to each other, and they have a secret way of communicating. Maybe every all of the letters going down the left side column of the page spell a secret message that they're sharing with one another. Or if you want to get fancy with it, maybe like the letter has a handful of individual letters. If you want to make it harder, maybe a handful of individual letters throughout the puzzle are like gray instead of black. And those could be re-scrambled into a new message. There are a ton of ways to do that. I have an adventure paired to a bunch of letter puzzles that I hope to revisit and put together a way to release it. Maybe this year. I don't know. It's hard to predict how long things take. Hard to predict. Yeah, that's cool. Glad you were able to catch a live. Oh yeah, that's gonna be something I do a bunch with too. I'm really into making like character and sort of prop books, journals and stuff like that. I've got a few of those projects started. I've definitely used the idea with my players a couple of times, but I'd like to make some stuff that I can release at some point. I think that'd be really fun. Nice. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that'll definitely make it a bit trickier. But it's good because you're developing a lot of DM skills that you're gonna be glad that you have, right? Jumping straight into the lion's den. Good. It's honestly like, going with a sandbox approach and sort of limiting myself to only planning one session at a time has been, I think, really helpful. Because I've had to figure out how to plan things, efficiently. I run two campaigns every week, and I just prep for the next week each time. Yeah, I'd love to show you and tell you about it. Hold on a second. Actually, before I dive into that, I need to refresh my coffee. So let me get this stone glued on. Run and do that for 2 minutes, and then I'll be back. And it's basically it's a cottage. It's a house tied to a one shot, and I've been writing it on stream. Okay, so that's good. And yeah, Jesse pretty much knows everything about it. He can tell you all about it. Be right back. Okay, back. All right, Jesse, how'd you do? Let's see. Keep in mind, Jesse, I know it's almost your birthday, but you also have, look at this prime brick placement up here. Look at this responsibility. Let's see how you did. This cottage, you said, is tied to the one shot where the players will investigate zoologist family's house with weird little creatures. That's true. Because Ryan can't do anything half-arsed, only full-arsed, he's making the house. Yep, that's fair also. Pretty sure this stemmed from his building a bunch of spiral staircases and creating a little grabby guy for an encounter. Yep, that all tracks. So yeah, this is basically the backside, whether it's a miniature or a house or whatever. I start get my sea legs on whatever I'm doing with the backside. Let's pull out the other pieces here. So the idea is that this is sort of the cutaway that will be playable. It's gonna be a compact. I'm gonna be relying on a lot of this kind of concave wall to add a lot of details, to add a lot of stuff without impacting playability, without impacting with making the most of the space here, because it's not huge. It's definitely not small, but once you get a few miniatures in there, it's going to get really crowded really fast. But I think that's an okay thing, obviously, and then also obviously the top can come off. Do my players ever use detect magic? Yeah, all the time. Look at that. Like, here's some first early insights into. Got some weight. Got some weight that we're adding to this wall. That's okay. I think this will probably end up being also magnetized onto a base, because we have to put a cellar underneath this. And then here is the front half of the house. So it's like this. That's actually looking pretty damn good. Granted, that's just from the back, but I think I'll be very happy with the way that ends up looking. It's going to be a big house, which is okay. And then there is the loft, and the shakiest concept on here so far, which is the roof and the kind of loft on top. We'll see about that, but I say shaky because I've changed it like 3 times. But I'll figure it out. One way or another, I'll figure out what the heck to do with that thing. For now, it's these rocks. I love how stable it's getting. Okay, but this already, when it looks good at the foam stage, now imagine a couple of big elaborate windows here, big circular windows. This is making me lean towards it's going to look awesome. The roof, there's a lot of options for. This can look awesome. I won't ruin it with the roof, but I think you can't see the vision yet, so you're still leaning awesome. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. It's okay. You're allowed not to like it. That's you're not going to hurt my feelings. There are days I don't like it. This is sometimes I'm just pushing through, going like I think I can make this work, but only one way to find out, you know. everywhere. Yeah, I've done that before. Ooh, I'm excited to see what you come up with. Nice. Oh, cool. I like that. Yeah, that's always a fun thing. Does the god of land and nature, the god of sea and weather, and the god of the sky and seasons make sense? Yes. Yeah, and I like differentiating nature, weather, and seasons. Yeah, set up like a pyramid, the more powerful pyramid towards the top. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, it kind of does. Could be. No, this is a cottage. Well, thanks. It's always tough trying to make something like this not look like a pattern, like look like it's been made of stones stacked. Oh yeah, all the time. But no big deal. Um yeah, Bruce is helping back there. Hey buddy. That's right. It's all good, Sector. It's good to see you. Well, I'm definitely not going to have enough stones. But that's okay. It's a good question. Thanks, Sector. So this is a cottage that I'm building specifically for a one-shot. Hi, Crane. He demands to say hello. Oh. Stay put. Stay. Hey, thanks, Sir Goober. Welcome to the stream. I'm crafting a cottage right now. Are you a DM primarily, or are you a player? Hey, Monofet. A prismarine boat. It's actually a cottage. You can see it better with the back wall. I haven't added. It's kind of this like rounded, hobbitish house. I haven't added like doors or windows, and I'll fill in the gaps and stuff like that. I'm actually going to do an interior on one of the walls too. Thank you. Yeah, this is the other wall, or the other half of it. Sure, I bet. Yeah, you can get all sorts of stuff from it, I bet. The Grand Crafter, really? We'll hold off on that godly title until we find out if this cottage is a giant mess or not. Well, Black Magic Craft doesn't stream anymore. Or at least if he does, I never see him. He did it a few times, but I don't think it was for him. And he's a lucky guy that gets to spend his days. So maybe he decided it wasn't worth it to stream. I don't know. Who knows? BD. What's BD? Oh, for sure. Yeah, his business development. Yeah, his stuff is his setup is entirely different. Well, so the biggest difference between Jeremy's approach and mine, it has to do with time frame, right? Jeremy's been doing this like 10 years, right? Like Black Magic Craft was like the heyday of kind of the explosion of crafting stuff on YouTube. I'm not sure that anybody could do what some of those early crafting channels did again, because I think that everything changes and shifts and grows, and you got to find something new. You got to find a different way to engage, to make stuff. And I never would. Well, the other key difference is that I don't find crafting alone to be as satisfying as he does. Like, obviously I like it a good deal. I've learned a ton from him, but yeah, our approaches and what excites us are different things. Yeah, I like Jeremy. Tabletop Witchcraft is, I think, the only one I see attempting to transition into doing some shorts-based content. But even then, if you've been making long-form crafting content, it's a really hard transition. I think. Like, I'm not seeing really anybody that is seizing on the change in medium to, like, because you basically have to latch onto short form with the same sort of vigor that you do long form. You know, if you see, like, we watch crafting videos where it's like, oh, somebody just spent 80 hours making that. Okay, try spending like 10 hours on a short. Like, that idea would be wild, right? To be like, why would I waste my time? But that's the key. Like, put 10 hours into a minute or less that goes onto one of these platforms, and, you know, they might see some crazy responses. People know painting, printing, crafting, mainly mediums tell a good story. Well, to some extent, right? Like it's even just a format thing, right? You've got catching people's attention is very different in 10 or 15-minute increments on YouTube versus shorts. It's just a different formula. It's a different creative process. It's super learnable, but you have to want to learn it. You have to want to learn something new. And learning something new is kind of a pain in the ass, right? Like, who wants to learn something new? I get it. But it's also why I don't lose a lot of sleep for folks complaining about YouTube's changing environment, meaning that their channels are changing. It's like, well, yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Evolve. It's not evolve or die. It's evolve or just kind of slowly fade away. Anybody's ever worked in a kitchen before, I have. The hot glue on the fingers thing always reminds me of hot pans. Where it's like, yep, this is hot, that hurts, but gotta keep doing what I'm doing. Just endure it for a few seconds and then it'll pass. It's getting there. I am going to run out of stones, though. Have you ever found, look up cottage made out of found stones? They are often very large. Whoa, we have a... Oh, I'm good. How are you doing, sir? Exhausted. Hold on a moment. I have to... my everything stream-wise blew up earlier at the beginning of this one, so let me correct an audio thing. That way people can hear you, because right now they can't hear you. I know. It's lame. They do, don't they? Hopefully it'll work without crashing. All right, let's try again. Yeah. I think that works.
Hello.
There
Hi
you are.
again.
Yes, hello. Just like we did it, just as it's happening for the first time.
Yes. Which it is.
Yep. I don't remember. What'd you ask? You said you were tired.
I'm tired. Every single
Well,
day that goes by.
good job getting on a stream late, then that'll help.
Yeah. The late night streams. I wasn't gonna go to sleep anytime soon. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. I wasn't. I'm fine with it.
But the dog takes a little bit of life from me every day. I love her. But training a dog is so exhausting. Dogs are exhausting. I think I want to go back to the side of cats. Not sure.
Yeah. I mean, they both have their moments, I guess. You could always mix them
Yes.
for maximum pain.
Yeah, I was about to say for 1.7 times the difficulty.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
2 dogs, 4 cats. Jesse, I'd die. I gotta be honest. If I had to raise that many animals, they'd be picking at my corpse. Day 5.
Sorry, Jesse, you wanted to see a miniature in front of the stones. Does that help? I know I don't have it at a very good angle, but
You're strong, Jesse. You're strong. Stronger than me.
they are big stones. Again, go look up cottages built out of found stones. They're pretty impressive.
They're incredibly huge.
They are
Beautiful
huge.
things.
They have to be. To make a house out of them, they have to be pretty big. The
I'm
puzzle
excited for
piece. Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for the late stages of this project when you'll be sculpting tiny little lanterns
Oh yeah.
at like 1/16th scale. We'll
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
maybe we could get a donation together to get you like magnifying glasses, like jeweler's glasses,
I could
multiple
probably
levels of
benefit
zoom.
from. Yeah, I need to get some of those, especially for
I
miniature
legitimately
painting.
suggest it. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
actually incredibly useful.
Yeah, that would be nice. I'll
I
have to look into that.
oh, when I was doing the Bone Charm thing for a while,
Mm-hmm.
I borrowed one from my dad. I went by the house, said,
Mm-hmm.
"Hey, you got soldering glasses with a little magnifying zoom." I
Mm-hmm.
sat there. I took him back to the little workspace, which at that time was just a table outside while I wore no face mask. For anyone out there, if you're working with bone, wear a face mask.
Yeah, do that.
Inhaling bone is
Also,
bad.
also, what are you doing with bone, you weirdos? That's the other thing I
Uh,
would. That's the other thing I would say to people working with bone is,
I guess you're just
what are you
not an
doing?
enthusiastic bone project pursuer.
That's true. I work with
Here, here.
much softer materials.
I was about to say, what would be more intimidating? You walk up, beautiful runestone in foam, pretty impressive. I
I mean,
walk up, 7 runes carved into the bone of a deer. I don't know, man.
true.
If someone randomly had a runic deer bone in front of me, I would think they're capable of really cursing me. I'm not messing with that person.
Yeah, that's fair. I would. Yeah, I'd be anybody wearing bone. I think is worth avoiding. Like
I don't know.
reasonably, right? Like they're probably nice and pleasant people, but if somebody was like, "Listen, I'm heading this direction," you went, "Why? Look at that, look at that bone person." I'd be like, "Okay, got it,
Yeah. I mean, do
understood."
you think there's a healthy amount of bones? Like you think you could do a subtle necklace and you'd be like,
Hmm.
"Oh, okay, that's kind of cool."
Yeah.
Right? Like maybe it's like a little pendant made out of bone, but like
Hmm. Hmm.
what threshold do you cross when you're wearing so many bones that people are ushering their kids away from you at the park?
Yeah.
Like
I think it's probably a lot fewer bones than you might maybe think.
I would say 4 bones that are
Yeah.
visibly bones. And I think you can get away with wearing a lot of bone,
Yeah.
like bone rings, bone bracelet, bone necklace, but if you can't really tell it's bone at first glance, then
Right.
you'll be like, "Oh, that's ivory. Oh, that's
Oh,
just
sure.
a white
Yeah.
band.
And
Oh,
then
white rings."
you'll be really embarrassed.
No, well, I think if you're wearing bones, you're not worried about that.
Well, I'm saying
Number
if
1.
somebody
Oh,
misidentified bone as ivory, that's then you just then you have to leave the party, I think, at that point.
the party of crafters and jewelers, they'll usher you
Sure.
out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they'll say anyway, what were we talking about?
The critical mass of wearing bones. I
Oh, right.
this was just a long-winded way of me saying I think you could get away with a lot, but if I see a guy with half a
Mhm.
deer skull on his head, I'm
Mm,
running.
that's fair.
This person is powerful.
Yeah.
They can harm me if they so wished, and
Mm,
I feel like they could be as kind as like as nice as pie. But what if you accidentally sneeze on him? I'm not
yeah.
gonna take a curse for the rest of my life because I was too nervous to bring my arm up in time and I sneezed on someone.
Yeah, like I'm not you know, don't want to be one to cast judgments just based on appearance, but you know, there are lots of nice people that I've interacted with in my life. None of them uh, are
Oh no.
adorned. I've never, you know, ordered a tall black coffee from somebody with like a bone through their nose like that. I'd be like, okay, I need to take a second here and consider what this may mean, how this
Do you
may
think
affect
you're
my afternoon. You know?
yeah, do you think you're putting yourself in danger? You think there's someone out there in the audience? Like full skull of a deer headdress,
Yeah,
staff, right hand, like I
you're
don't much
saying it's.
appreciate
I
this.
know. Yeah, you're saying it's short sighted. It's short sighted to cut out the valuable
If you're out
uh,
there, I fully support you and rescind everything
bone.
I said, and you should curse this
Me.
Ryan guy,
Yeah,
not me.
the bone
Deer skull.
bone.
You
Of
know,
course you do.
I have an elk skull, and through its left eye, it's looking at me right now. It's sitting on my bookshelf.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, just asking for a friend. What weirdo would have bones in their house?
Oh, I no. I assume now. Keep in mind, I say that, but also I would say, well, given my audience, probably my audience would have a higher
Unless someone wants
propensity
to
for
bone me.
having bones than like Mr. Beast's audience, right? Like he's got a
Yeah.
much larger audience. I bet the percentage of people that have bones in their house are higher in my tiny audience than they are in like I mean, what does he have like half the population of the world? Like, yeah,
I
no
don't think it's
question.
that big.
It's ridiculously big.
It's Mr. Beast has what? How many people are here now? When I was born, it was under 7 billion.
Yeah, I think we're north of 7 billion now.
I think we're over 8.
Yeah,
I don't know how to
that's
track
also
this.
north of 7 billion. But yes,
Well, okay. North of 7 billion is a real safe bet, buddy.
I
I could have
not
said
saying it's
anything. I
not.
could have said we're 14 billion in, and you'd say, "Oh, that's north of seven
That's
billion."
yeah. If you looked up and it turns out I'm
Okay.
still right.
I guess I shouldn't. I shouldn't. knock you for making a safe bet.
So I bet that you have some opinions about a show I saw a week ago with Ashley called Hadestown.
Yeah. Oh. Um. I was so tired when I decided to make bold claims about just
What's up, Mage?
Hadestown. I've been listening to it a little. I was here. Yeah. I came in. I said Hadestown is my favorite musical of all time.
You weren't here
Well,
very long.
no, there was
You
maybe 10 minutes.
had a Pokemon tournament or something to go to, right?
Magic
I
the
said
Gathering.
I screwed that up on purpose. I wanted to. Is that disparaging? Is Magic more
No,
respectable than
I
Pokemon?
just had a no. No, I don't think so. I
Okay.
think more likable people play Magic or play Pokemon, excuse me.
No.
I've been playing
Okay.
Magic recently and let me assure you I have met some absolute creatures
Yeah.
and I guarantee you
Some
it's
bone
two different types
folks.
of neckbeards.
Okay.
Um I don't know. So here's the thing. I have learned the hard way that there are a wide variety of people that go out to physical game shops.
Yes.
From true, like, dedicated neckbeards, right? Like
Yeah.
Simpsons comic book guy, and they're usually actually pretty delightful.
Good.
Most people I meet in real life playing this card game are very delightful,
I'm
or
glad. I'm
mildly
glad
annoying
that's
at worst.
well, that's
But
just
I
people,
play,
right? Yeah.
yeah, I don't know, a lot you can do. A lot of people are pretty amicable. Online, where I play uh, most of the time, let me put into perspective. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Magic releases decks that you can buy, like the full thing completed, called precons. I
Okay.
bought one when the last set dropped. It's now $75.
Mm.
All the ones that I've made online are over 150. So I play most of
Wow.
my games online because I don't want to spend $150 on cardboard.
That's fair.
And the people online, that's a whole nother ball game. Let me tell you, I have met
Yeah.
some of the wildest characters.
I bet. Yeah. The
I had a
internet's a big
guy.
place. Almost as many people as Mr. Beast has following him.
Yes,
I think.
I think there's an element to these people, Ryan, d- and I'm going to grandstand here just a
Please.
little, that you could never. I, well, mostly normal. Um,
You cut out. Yeah. You're grandstanding, and there these people what?
hold on.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, my mic is falling apart all the time.
Your your
Uh,
pa- your
you,
passion
I do think because of your life as a fully operating adult within society who's mostly normal,
so
who's
far
fun, weird, has
plus
got a nice
stairs.
hobby.
Yeah.
Um, you're
Yeah. Let's
the
say
fact that
so.
you aren't chronically online means
Right.
there are some types of people you just couldn't grasp. They're
True.
beyond you. But let
Yeah.
me tell you, there are some creatures that lurk, and I play games like well into the morning nowadays because I've been
So
spending most
you've
of my
met
time
them.
at home with this. Yeah, I mean, as the song says, the freaks come out at night.
You are, yeah, you're awake when
It's
they
come out,
emerge from underneath the fridge and stuff, and you see
you
them
know.
scamper about. Gotcha. Okay.
But mostly a good game. Playing 2 hours into a card game hurts.
So
Makes me think
you're
about
so
how much D&D I could get in.
that's true. So your comment then, which I had forgotten, I'm glad you reminded me of, is that it's one of your favorites.
Yes.
Hadestown is not Magic.
We're
Yeah.
oh, I don't know how we got on Magic. Anyways, Hadestown is really good, and I was recently re-listening to some of the soundtrack. I need to rewatch the musical
Uh
so I
huh.
can have a more well-formed opinion. I
Sure.
was in my freshman year of high school when I rewatched Hadestown's 5 times in one
Wow.
week. A horrible, horrible camera recording. Um, but I've changed a lot. Like, I don't like Jesus Christ musical
Hmm.
anymore,
Okay.
or Jesus Christ Superstar the
Superstar.
musical.
Right.
And I feel like that's just one example, but I feel like my opinions may have changed on Hadestown.
Yeah. It's curious. It's entertaining to me to hear people's thoughts on it. That have, I think, a lot more affinity for musicals. I don't think I really do. Like, I don't mind them, but I don't necessarily have like a whole wealth of them to pull from. I don't. I've heard of lots of things, but I've not seen very many things, and um, yeah. So I don't have much exposure to it. I haven't made it a point to see stuff. So it's been fun hearing what everybody thinks after I actually saw one. It's like, oh,
And
that's a thing people talk about, and I did that. Cool.
what did you think?
I liked it. I liked it. I definitely have. I mean, mostly just quibbles about it. I listed all of those out for T. Some of them got better. Like I went in blind, so I didn't look anything up. I didn't listen to any of the music ahead of time, and so some of what I was kind of not crazy about was better once I, listened again through the whole thing and paid attention, like picked up lyrics that I missed. That helped. Because originally I was like, I don't, I didn't think that there was enough characterization and justification for Eurydice's motivations. Obviously, it's more than the original story of she gets bit by a snake and goes to hell.
Yeah,
Um, maybe
instantly.
has to be like the first fridging of a if you're familiar with that comic book idea of like a loved one, or specifically usually it's women being something terrible happens to them to motivate a man like that.
Yes.
That could be the first one that I've ever heard of. It's one of the oldest ones anyway.
As
So
as someone
yeah,
as someone that reads manga, in the One Piece game we call this the dead mom philosophy.
yes. I mean it kind of seeps into D&D too, because how many characters have you ever sat at a table with, or player characters have you ever been exposed to in a real game that are like, oh yeah, no, I totally have a family. um it's like, no, everybody's like a orphan, or they're getting revenge, or they've always been a loner, like, yeah. But yeah, the trope is real. But
Yes.
on my when we saw it on stage, I didn't. I was like, okay, I understand that she she makes a decision here. I don't get it. Um, I get the first decision she makes to go to Hades Town. I understood a lot less why on earth she would sign when she was there. And I'm comfortable with all these things being heavily metaphorical, but I'm just sitting there going like, okay, but within the story itself, help me out a bit here, right? Like there were just some things like that I'm like, again, they're mostly quibbles, because honestly, like, there's enough good about it that I'm on board. But um
But I
it's
mean,
not perfect. That's
no. Still one of the best structured stories, and to that I would say it's probably because she lacked belief in other options.
yeah.
Um,
I like the idea that, I think T suggested this, that wherever the wind blows, there's a line from the Fates, and I don't remember it. I'd have to check my notes, but uh after going back through and thinking about it some more after seeing it, now I'm interpreting the first trial of the story is actually Eurydice's. She faces the trial first, because the song "Where the Wind Blows" is more about her than it is about the nature of the world. She's the one who goes where the wind blows. She's the one who basically abandons people,
yes.
um, and goes wherever it's easier. So she's actually like given that trial first, or in a sense, it's not an overt one like what Orpheus gets, but she doesn't stick with him and leaves. That's the important part, is that she just leaves. Now she's leaving to the next where the wind blows, which is like to the worst place, but it's still ultimately no different than what she's doing before. It's not actually two decisions, in other words. Like, she's doing the same thing she always does. And then kind of the bigger turn is when she signs, which is still hard for me to accept, because, yeah, maybe I just need to listen to it more, but it feels like a hard sell. I wish that there had been more in Hades Town that was seemingly good, because it all seems pretty dystopian.
I
And
guess
that's hard.
it's pretty grim.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I'm being nitpicky.
yeah, I don't really know what to tell you.
Yeah. Honestly,
Very sorry.
I enjoyed it a lot, and it was crazy coming back from it and telling my or we were talking to our Tuesday night group last night, and I hadn't even realized until kind of, I was like, oh yeah, it was really good. And I was telling our bard player who plays a bard named Cade. I was like, oh man, if you haven't, I was like, listen to the music of Hadestown, because it's like the bard story. Like there's so many interesting parts of it. And while highlighting it like that, I was like, oh geez, the adventure that the arc that my group is currently in is traveling to save the bard's fiance from a vampire, and they just finished sailing through like a cursed storm and landed on an island that has been cursed, and it's basically like the vampire's town, and they've like lost their souls to get there. I'm like, holy cow, like there's like a ton of parallels to this. Like this arc has been building over the past few weeks, but looking at it, and, it's not because for any other reason than the story in Hadestown is so elemental. Like it's the bard or otherwise, like a trip to hell to save someone is so it's a very repeated story, like I guess in culture. Like we've seen it lots and lots of different ways, whether it's an overt reference or just like, shoot, we watched Hercules with the kids a few weeks back, and that's a part of the Hercules story in that movie, is that he basically swims through the river to save Meg, right? It's like it keeps coming up, but start to notice it all over the place, I guess.
Yeah,
That's how it
that's
goes.
that's an intense story to parallel. Do they have any direct path to getting their souls back?
In
In your game,
for my
yes.
party, it's a great question. So, well, first of all, like at no point does anybody say, or have I even said, aside from sort of like hand waviness, like, okay, we'll just call it a soul, because I'm not sure what that means even. Um, but what they do know is that they and everyone on the island are like, everything on the island actually is kind of a desaturated gray. Like they are paler, and kind of sickly looking. Their HP is currently capped at half. So something bad happened. Like they don't feel like themselves. Um, and in this case, like they landed on the island. They saw that they crashed onto the island, and the storm that they had to sail through to get there is basically like you know sailing into uh, like a zero visibility storm and being attacked by ghosts, like basically ghosts who are trying to like take your body from you. Like that's what it was like sailing through. And um, they had effectively sort of like relent to the storm to pass through it, which was sort of like it was a weird sort of like poetic moment. Like they just had to sort of like, okay, whatever it takes, like we need to get through this, like we'll do it. Um, and After they ended up on the beach, crashed their ship, they're there now. I ran the next session I ran was actually, we jumped back 20 years to like the last good day on the island when it was being taken over by this vampire. So they got to see the ritual, the trick, the whole town being tricked into basically participating in this massive curse that's lasted for these last 20 years. And so when we came back to the normal game, the conceit of that one shot was that's the kind of the info dump that they were getting from the people in the town now that they were there. Was learning about the town's history. They just got to play it. So in theory, they can break the curse. Um, uh, Whether or not they will or not is a question, or whether or not, I mean, but it could be done. Um, for them also, like, assuming that they had a way to leave, they are powerful enough that they could just teleport out, and I think they'd be fine. But they would also have to, part of the premise also of these final arcs that my players are going through. There's basically four players, so four arcs. they're the sort of the prelude to, or the prelude to the final big boss encounter at the end of the game, and they're all sort of set up to be these sort of challenges of the are they good people or not? Are they heroes, right? Um, so if they are quick about it and they don't want to save this island, then that is something that the big bad can disparage them for and judge them for. Ironically, though, the more time they take to save people, the harder the big bad will be when they get there. So it's kind of a, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But sorry, it's hard to. You ever notice how hard it is to answer a simple question about D&D campaigns? Where it's like, hey, so what's the story there? It's like, well, you got 5 minutes because I can't do it in less. Maybe I just talk too much.
A branching narrative.
Yeah, there's a bunch going on.
That's the joy of it.
It is. I mean, that's what makes it awesome.
I want to get back into it.
Mm-hmm.
I would give anything, but it's so hard.
Like finding people.
Just maintaining people.
Finding time, maintaining people. Sure.
Maintenance and
they are the toughest, aren't they?
These people.
So many of them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If you could control all people on Earth, would you?
Probably not.
Yeah, no, that's an obvious no.
I mean, maybe I'll think of a good reason to, but
that's like a very surface level.
I could probably have gotten some better Bond movies made with Daniel Craig. That would make me happy. Like if I could control all people, and I'd be like, listen, guys, let's put our heads together real quick. Daniel Craig's only going to do this for like 8 years. We don't want to squander it, and I saw it be squandered. Let's fix it. We can still fix it.
For like the 6 months it takes during the production cycle to make that film.
I mean, now I'm convincing myself. Consider how much more efficient that film production would be. Right? Because now we've got like the Unimind, like the single solitary controller. Like, I bet we get some stuff done.
Yeah. God, I would, if I were to take a similarly specific opportunity.
Yes.
I would fix. Ooh, I don't know. Aragorn
yeah, what needs
remake?
to be corrected?
Looks like really? It's not terrible. That's a good one.
It's funnier if what you want to correct is something really minor that actually doesn't need to be corrected. That's way more entertaining to think about. I just need more stuff.
Yeah, if it's like really frivolous.
You're like, it always bothered me that there's a blooper. It was really distracting.
Yeah.
Well, did you ever see? Gosh, what was it? Was it Teen Wolf? Are you familiar with Teen Wolf?
I am.
Okay. It's important for the rest of what I'm going to say. This might be too deep because I'm pretty sure it's Teen Wolf. It could be a different one. But I remember, so there are 2 movies that fall into a very specific category, and they don't have anything else to do with each other. One of them's Teen Wolf, I believe, and the other one is Back to the Future 3.
Okay.
There's a very odd shared weirdness about these 2 movies. Start with Back to the Future 3, because that's the one I have the least to say about. At the end of Back to the Future 3, Doc shows up in his future train, right?
Yes.
And says goodbye to Marty and how, like, the future is what you make it, and blah, blah, blah. And his kids are in the background. And the one of the 2 boys makes, like, a funny motion with... Have you ever noticed this or seen
I have not
screenshots of this? Oh, you've not seen the third one at
all?
all?
I'm going to be flat out. Yeah.
Oh, dear God.
I have not seen this one. This is the talking at me kind of
kid. Well, a kid in the background is basically in the final, like, climactic moment. If your eyes drift, a couple of inches to the right, depending on the screen that you're watching it on, the kid's making a clear motion to his parent off screen that he needs to go to the bathroom. And that's the take that's forever the end of this like epic trilogy. Well, epic to those of us who've seen it. Um, but he just kind of does like it's very professional. Clearly, this kid has been like tortured on film sets for a while, but he just does this like little like this and then like points at himself. And it's like this. It's very clear. It's almost like in the eye line. It's great. So that's one. Um, and at the end of Teen Wolf, I believe the final moments, unless I'm getting this movie wrong, but I'm almost certain it's Teen Wolf, takes place in a gym. Like he wins the game, but he wins the game as himself, not as the wolf, right?
Yes.
And they pan out and everybody's celebrating. And there's this shot near the top of the bleachers of an extra uh, of a guy standing up, and you can't really see them, but you can see like their bottom half, and he's standing up, and it very clearly his pants are open. I don't know if
Yes.
have you heard this before or
No,
you've
I
seen it?
haven't.
Okay,
I haven't heard of the
these are
famous
these are
embarrassing pants opening
well, but
mistake from
it's
Teen
been
Wolf.
one of those things where it's like, well, what was that about? Like it's obviously an extra, but it's so clearly in the edit. Like what an interesting thing for them not to find a way to cut around. Um, and it was years until um, somebody got a hold of and somebody made a video about this because it was like one of these like open questions about Teen Wolf. It was just an odd thing, and they got like an open mat version of the movie. And this is
Yes.
what I was originally going to mention all the way back at the beginning. I don't know why. I don't know how we got here, but the open mat version shows that it's not actually a guy. It's actually like an older woman. And
Mm,
sometimes I don't know if you have this experience. I do with like older ladies, especially sitting on like bleachers and that sort of stuff. They just kind of unbutton to get more comfortable.
okay.
I know, my grandparents have done that. I remember when I was younger, but it changes the tone of that where it's like, what is that guy up there doing to like, oh, it's just Sheila or whatever, right? Or it's just Ruth being comfortable, and it changes the vibe entirely when you see what's actually going on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
Fun
glad
little
to know
trivia.
that if you became God for a day, you would
So
go
you could
back in
fix that.
time, put yourself into the shoes of the director of Teen Wolf, and yell at an old lady, "Hey,
Just
stop
get
that!"
just get Ethel to sit a couple rows down because then we could see
Temperature
who it
conversion.
was and we wouldn't be like, why is that guy have his pants undone in the movie? That's weird. Somehow it's less weird knowing it's her. And it would have saved a lot of people a lot of it would have caught it wouldn't have so many that'd be also the kind of interesting thing to know. Like stats and numbers and stuff are always interesting, studies and things like that, but they never really get into the interesting stuff. Like I want to know how many collective minutes have been spent by people talking about like what's going on right there, what's that, like people pausing going like what is that, you know it's a non-zero number. We just spent a few minutes, so I know there's some.
The number has ticked up ever so
The
slightly.
number has increased.
That's so incredibly specific that I'm convinced I will never hear that answer
you could
ever
fix
again in my life.
you could fix the Star Wars prequels. That's something you could do.
That's a big one. Make Artemis Fowl, the film, actually good. I read it
um
as a kid when the
mhm.
books were coming out. Life changing for me.
Wow.
Um, I was I was convinced I was him.
Oh boy.
This was bad for me. Yeah,
Jesse, of course you'd say that. What do you mean perfect? Nothing. First of all, nothing's perfect. That's absurd. But
prequels
also
are
the
perfect. And
prequels?
you're being antagonistic right now. I had a
Yeah, I
coworker
know.
when I
It's only
worked.
fun if I respond.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're don't
I'm
okay.
I'm I'm
Don't even look at
I'm
Jesse's
Charlie Brown
messages.
trying to hit the football and Lucy's pulling it away. That's all it is.
And Lucy's happy. The
Oh,
prequels are peak Star Wars.
peak. No.
Unfortunately, peak Star Wars is the one Vader scene from Rogue One. It does not get better than that
That's
throughout
it.
every
That's the
single
whole.
movie. That's the OGs are
Oh my.
they're getting to you.
Can
They're
can
trying to get to you.
Can you really say that? Kenobi won? I'm not sure that you can say that. I'm sorry. A
No,
lot of
don't say
people,
anything.
a lot of
Don't.
people in chat could. Not sure that you
Smile
can.
and wave, Ryan. Smile and wave.
No one quotes the OGs.
This
Ugh.
is this is horrendous. I had to watch two of those films while working.
Mhm.
Well, watch is a strong word. I had to listen to them, and it gave
Okay.
me a massive headache. It was an incredibly slow day in the kitchen, and the other guy was
Sure.
just quietly playing it, but I could hear them. No one else could hear him. There's the fucking range going and the fan in between us and the customers, and no one else could hear him. I checked. I walked out to grab my glass of water, and I went,
Yeah.
no one can hear it past this line. But I rewatch episode 3 all the time.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess there's some action in it or whatever, but
If I was God for a day, I'd open a portal under Jesse directly to hell, and then I'd stop being God for a day.
the genie's like, "You've got 2 more wishes." You're like, "Can I watch it?
Nope.
Can I watch him fall a couple more times?" And you'd be like, "Really? That's all you want to?"
Replay that moment. I want it top left of my vision, like a
Mm-hmm.
streamer commentating. If I had that, do you know who Nostalgia Critic is?
Yes.
I Why did you use that tone of voice when you said yes? That held gravitas. That had intensity in that
I am
yes.
aware. Yeah.
Did Doug Walker hurt you?
No, he
Okay,
didn't. But
you're just
I
oppressively
won't.
aware.
Yeah, I am aware. Yeah. What
Hmm.
about him?
Um, that actually leads into a hypothetical. I was talking with a friend. What would a unique curse be?
Okay.
If you messed with someone, and I
Mm-hmm.
said Doug Walker commentates on your life until you
Ah,
die.
until yeah,
Yeah. You know
yeah,
what would
that makes
be
sense.
even worse? Adam Conover commentating on your life until you die,
Who's that?
correcting every action. Do you know Adam ruins everything?
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
should have
Adam
guessed.
ruins everything.
There's not that many famous Adams,
There's not
so
that
I
many
should have.
famous Adam Conover, Adam Driver. Uh,
But Adam Driver, I know.
Personally,
Adam, come over here. Get over here.
yeah, Adam Driver's fallen on hard times. Me and my wife let him into our house so
how
graciously.
crazy would that have been?
If I, I
That'd
would be
that'd be
confused as to why
clipped.
you're choosing streaming over Adam Driver. He's just
What
around, and
he
you're
doesn't
like, I'll
he
get
doesn't
back to
have
you,
any
Adam.
he doesn't have any work for me. I mean, what do you want him to do?
I don't know.
He's got his own career. He's just looking for a place to stay.
Wow,
I
it's
the
it's
best thing I
so
can say.
it's so kind of you to help such a small star out on their difficult journey in life, right? How humble.
Um, my favorite Adam Driver quote. I can say
Mhm.
this, right? Okay, yeah, he says I can say it. My favorite Adam Driver quote was there because he's a very good actor. They
Yes.
were asking him about how he goes about, um, you know, feeling how does he get into uh the emotions, the feelings that he's expressing, and because he comes from like acting school, like I don't know where he went, but he's like classically trained or like he's got a bunch, and he was like, my job's not to feel any of it, my job is to basically make you think I'm feeling it. And it was so like it's such a practical view of like what his task is. It's like he's just kind of dismissed, like, no, I don't. He's like almost that like he's acting, he's manipulating people. It's not about him feeling it at all. It's just about him again convincing everybody else that he's feeling it so he doesn't have to. It's interesting.
I mean, that is acting, is it not?
The best thing I can say about the Star Wars prequels, guys, is that I think that a more competent filmmaker could have made some interesting movies with the concepts. Like they could have been good movies. I don't think that it's like they're inherently
That's
flawed.
true. Jar Jar Binks is the absolute genius of Jar Jar Binks is wasted on George Lucas.
He's a funnier character than we've ever had before, and um, what's up? Go for it.
That we've ever had before.
Oh yeah, sorry. That's a George Lucas quote. Um, yeah, like I think his ambition was in a good place. I think like telling he just was not equipped to tell a Star
He's an
Wars political
incompetent
story.
writer.
And I'm not sure who would be, or that it's even necessarily
Both
the
other
ambition
better directors at the time.
worth. Yeah, but damn.
Kubrick Star Wars?
Oh man. Gotcha. That so there you go. Another god for the day.
Yeah,
Oh,
your head's in the game.
finally. There's one thing I need to do. Really? That's what you're going to use your powers for?
Oh yeah, no hesitation.
I feel like God would get it. I feel like I'd be like, yeah, that makes
He'd
sense.
be up there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
What's a piece of media you wish was turned into a movie?
Um, man, especially as a kid, less so now, just because it's not. I don't think about it as much. But I guess I would really appreciate it if they could make a good Ender's Game. Um, I think that would be pretty awesome. Got one for Mordu.
You saw that instantly. I couldn't help
I did.
myself, but I felt like it was inappropriate to scream into the mic.
What's Mordu?
I we take notes.
Got it. Click click.
I'm not going to do the whole explanation. Mordu is a book trilogy by Alex Fevey in
Okay.
a grim
Mm-hmm.
gray, almost grim dark, in a melancholy, melancholic, I suppose. Can't think of
Mm-hmm.
another word to put behind melancholy. A melancholic fantasy world where the magic system is basically uh, accessing a reality where everything is everywhere always and will be and was.
Cool.
And it follows a boy named Nathan Treves who goes throughout the city of Mordu, um, interacting with different characters for about the first 5 chapters until he's brought into a gang, a child gang with a whole bunch of other like 16-year-olds, and they do jobs for a local sleazeball, and it escalates from there. And
Okay.
then he eats God's eyeball.
Well, there's a direct line, a through line from one to the other. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then his dog eats God's disembodied face and helps the concept of treachery
I feel like we read a
uh,
lot of different
on a part
things as
into his
kids.
coffin. Maybe. I've been reading this one recently,
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
but I just wanted to be a movie that bad.
Sure.
If I
That
wanted to
makes sense.
choose something besides that, it would be Artemis Fowl. I was so incredibly well. When the movie came out, I had already read everything and I was a little bit older, so I wasn't like
Sure.
jumping up and down. But I wanted it to be good so bad, and it was
Hmm.
so ooh ooh
So
it was
not.
bad. It was bad.
Sorry to hear that.
X-Men '97. I need to watch it. I'm not sure how bold that claim is. X-Men '97 favorite show of all time.
Wow. I haven't seen any of the new. It's so hard to keep up with television. I can't do
I
it.
I'm riding the horse right now. I'm watching Severance and Common Side Effects at the same time. Wow, finishing up I finished season 1 of Twin Peaks.
Oh,
And I saw the
hello.
scene of yeah. Well,
I think the task I gave you, and I mean you've seen the first season, so you've got more than that now in the
was
bag. But uh, to put yourself in the mindset of you know Mary and Joe America
yes,
having their apple pie, enjoying like, oh, I
enjoying the
think I've
black.
heard of, yeah, there's a new show coming, very radical, called Seinfeld. I can't wait to watch that. Having those conversations. Maybe we'll turn on the ball game, and they sat there during prime time and watched. Is it episode 4?
But where's the first and only dream season or scene in
Yeah,
all of only the only distinct red drape room
yeah.
dream sequence of season 1.
Uh, but
And I
you,
would think
yeah,
I think
I
they
want to hear
would
what you
go
think.
out and onto the town and buy more bazooka gum. Or
They would
I mean,
go. Yeah. I just, man, to
I
only,
I
yeah,
I think they would just go like I think that would leave most families speechless because it's not overtly like this isn't some shock value scene you would
Hmm.
see on TV.
Not at
Like
all.
when I was a kid growing up, I'd hear about the Jackass movies. Like it's the grossest thing ever.
Right.
But no, I feel like I mean Satanic Panic era. I think late '80s,
Hmm.
early '90s, early
Sure.
'90s, '93. I think.
Yep.
When did? Yep, that's probably true.
I mean, it's as true as anything.
Uh,
I
any
started.
kind.
Kenobi when I started into Arcane, but I never finished it. I have to go back and try again.
It's not worth it. You didn't hear that. I didn't say anything. Arcane is a beautiful, beautiful show, but the character writers have did they ruined one of my favorite characters and turned him into a very generic villain character in the second season. It made me very, very upset.
That is
Um,
sad.
and
So
they're
what?
too
So what's
basic.
your? So you finished the first season.
Character writing. Boom. I don't know. Uh, I mean, it's hard to say that David Lynch did it all because I think the only episodes I don't think he wrote every script, and the only episodes
Correct.
that he directed, yeah, Victor was fumbled so unbelievably hard. Like an orangutan wrote that character arc.
Oh.
Um, I it made me like deeply angry, which sucks because it's not. I don't know. Let's not talk about Arcane. We're staying positive. No, no
Hmm.
Leif Erikson hate today. The character writing is just astounding. Like I think we talked about this when I first mentioned it, and it's like every character has their niche, and that's how you recognize it. Like you don't need the names. You have the lady that owns
Yep.
the sawmill. I can't even think of her name, but I can think of the entire character arc and the intrigue.
Oh yeah.
Is anyone here gonna watch? Yes, and I've liked it. I've seen the D&D movie 3 times. You can
Hmm.
think about the intrigue about how she interacts with the corrupt businessman. It's like, why are they
That.
plotting over the evil
Yeah.
lady's head? I
Yeah.
mean, it's I attribute it somewhat to my bad memory and inability to remember people's names, but every character is so incredibly distinct that they just sit in your mind.
Absolutely.
And I don't think the other thought. I had family visiting while I had the show on in the background, and I had explained to my mother. It wasn't,
Hmm.
or I guess it wasn't a particularly difficult explanation, but there are a couple weird things that I don't think they do nowadays.
Uh.
Naming a character Blackie. that
Sure. Yep.
was a fast explanation, but it was like the first time I heard it, I was like, oh yeah,
Ooh.
the
Yeah.
90s.
Ooh.
Some of the
Mm.
character actions that they take. Prevalence of cigarettes is a weird one, but I was thinking on that, I was like, they don't do that in media nearly as much. But
No.
every character in the show smokes,
That's just a
except
thing.
for Agent Cooper, I think. As far as
That's
I'm
right.
aware, he does not smoke. I think he
He
denies a
he
cigarette
does not.
episode 2.
Yeah. He's powered differently.
He's powered by his sheer appreciation for the wonderful natural splendor of the Pacific Northwest. And he's a genius for it. He's a fantastic character. You were talking about how he Deus Ex Machina does a whole bunch of stuff, and I didn't
Hmm.
think it was that bad.
Hmm.
Until because at that time I think I was just starting episode 4 and I was like, oh, what do you mean he's literally walking up using his expertise and he's just checking the crime scene very carefully. But
Right.
when he has a dream that's like, I know this detail. It's a
Yeah.
fun way of doing it, but I was like,
Yes.
intervention from an
There's
outside
something.
force.
There's something more going on, or is
But he's
there?
some of his predictions are wrong and
Hmm.
it's not perfect clarity, but it's a good show. The only gripe I have with it, um,
Please.
the only legitimate gripe is that it is as slow as molasses and it's fantastic for like a quiet Sunday evening. I can sit down,
Yes. Yes.
but with winter coming to a close, today was the first day, no snow, full sunshine.
Oh yeah.
Um, and I didn't go outside that much because of that blasted dog, stupid dog.
It's the dog's fault.
Uh, to some extent, we don't have any fencing in
Hmm.
the yard, so if I
Hmm.
leave, I can't leave outside because she'll just wander. And I can't leave
Sure.
her inside because she will pee and poop unsupervised everywhere. You're at the house, she'll walk up. We have a bell, she'll ring it.
Yeah.
She'll walk up. She'll stand by the door. It's boy,
Um.
leave her unsupervised, and it's gets bad fast.
So, you have, well, I don't know if you do, but you have you have an opportunity, depending on your what your knowledge level is of Twin Peaks.
Good night,
See it,
Jesse.
see it, Jesse. Um, you have an opportunity to log your guess, because of course the big question, Twin Peaks, is who killed Laura Palmer. Do you have a theory?
I don't think I've seen it all. I want to say
Obviously,
John
you'll
Businessman.
John Businessman.
I should know his name. I can see his daughter, who was my least favorite character in the first season, which I guess is the way she's characterized.
Well,
She's
she's
incredibly selfish, she's rude,
yes.
and she's a part of the most uncomfortable scene of the first season. I think I could say that.
Is that
That one was
towards the
rough.
end?
Yeah, when she gets employed at One Eyed Jack's.
Yep.
Yeah, that's rough. Howdy,
There's
Dave.
yeah. Welcome to an impromptu Twin Peaks season 1 spoiler-free discussion.
I was talking about that with my dad because he said even scene like would show up in the papers every single day.
Mm,
Twin Peaks is doing something outrageous, and I was like, with subject matter like this, I could see it. But
yes, definitely.
I don't know. First instinct, right?
Hmm.
You got Leo and husband from jail. I
Right.
love characterizing these people by the roles they take because they can't remember names. Like
Exactly.
those are the two. They were both there
Oh yeah.
supposedly,
Right.
and they're both proven to be capable of murder. I would lean towards husband in jail, or I don't know. I mean Leo, right? Given the context of the story from Canadian brother who didn't die
Yes.
10 minutes after being introduced, um, it would lead you to believe that after their interaction, after the bird attack, and due
Yeah.
to his abusive nature, he killed her, right? But that
Right.
feels like a red herring, a well
Hmm.
set up red herring. But I
Hmm.
think John Businessman was there, and that's why he's so invested in all of this. Like he's trying to mastermind it.
Mm.
Because if this gets out, then it's over.
Hmm.
But
Interesting.
I don't know. Lady who owns the sawmill has a part to play that obviously isn't really super spoken about in season one. And
Do you get the sense? And this is not a this is a well, I guess you'll tell me someday what you think, I guess, or you'll tell me even right now what you think, because some could interpret what I'm about to say as a spoiler. I think it's useful information. And the premise of the show, there's a lot to love about this show that is not the mystery, right? And I'm not
yes,
going to spoil that.
a
But from
wonderful character writing.
but from a meta perspective, there's 2 seasons. There is eventually a third season, which is another animal entirely. Um, but the other the cultural impact of Twin Peaks, especially in season 2, and especially David Lynch, who's like, to me, the most interesting part of the whole project, and to most people, I think, the studio forced them to name a killer, and I'm curious, because from his perspective, I'm curious whether you've gotten the vibes at all in season 1. And I think this is one of those things that's impossible to know, because we weren't alive back then, at an age where we were watching this and experiencing it. Because what David Lynch wanted out of the show was to never reveal the killer.
He's all about that viewer's interpretation of the art.
Yeah, or just like it seemed to be the case that as long as people didn't know, they were gonna want to hang out in that town and meet all these people. You could
Yeah.
tell stories in that town forever with that mystery hanging over, which maybe, obviously not forever, but like certainly longer than the 2 seasons they got.
As far as I've been told,
Hmm.
it, the killer is revealed halfway through season two.
It's
Because I,
quick. It's not even halfway. Yeah.
mm, which means I'm probably one episode off. Um, I had a couple of pals that were watching it around the same time, and they've been reporting to me, and they said that's the biggest disappointment of the show between all three seasons because it
Interesting.
kind of sweeps the stakes away from the show. But I have no context because I don't know what the stakes become after that.
Sure.
I have no idea whether or not I'll be satisfied with the reveal. I
Well,
just collect
they
information.
definitely rely on Laura Palmer. Laura Palmer's investigation is how you learn about the town.
Yeah.
Everybody's introduced via their relationship to her. And
Yeah.
so, to some extent, the driving vehicle force stumbles a bit because, well, now what do we introduce, right? Just from a narrative, like from driving it and stuff like that. But yeah, you've got a lot of fun. You've got season 2. There's definitely some stuff that that ain't great. Probably largely because I think Lynch stepped away for a bit. So there were some people I think involved trying to do Lynch type things, which is like the worst thing ever. But he does come back to finish season 2 strong and finishes it very strong. And then you have Fire Walk with Me, which you should watch probably after season 2 because that's when they made it. It bombed horribly as a movie, but it's very interesting. A lot of sometimes things that David Lynch loves other commercially fail. And then the Return. I mean, that's, like I said, totally different animal, but fascinating anyway. But I look forward to, yeah, that's cool. I'm
I've always been
glad you're
told that
digging
The
it.
Return, by the few movie nuts that I've met, that The Return, the Twin Peaks is his magnum opus.
Yes.
That's what I've seen. But I
Yeah.
have no perspective because all I've seen right now is Eraserhead in the first season of Twin Peaks, and I did not like Eraserhead. You
Fair
didn't hear
enough.
that from me.
I
Uh,
I my I uh Lynch is one of those directors that I've only seen a handful of his stuff, and I like what I've seen. Like I really like Mulholland Drive. Always been a fan of Twin Peaks. I think I like him more just listening to him speak. Like he's just a very interesting artist to listen to. Um, it's almost it's
what?
similar to it's funny to mention these guys at the same time, but who's the guy that made Zack and Miri? He made like Jay and Silent Bob.
Oh,
Um,
oh God, he made a whole bunch of comedies in the early 2000s.
he did,
Um,
but
Kevin Smith.
Kevin
Kevin
Smith.
Smith
Kevin
movies.
Smith. So I like almost none of his stuff.
This doesn't surprise me. You don't
I,
seem like a Kevin
his
Smith kind of guy.
Now, well, to be like, I remember Zack and Miri because I actually really liked that. I don't think I ever saw it more than once, but I remember really liking that movie. Um, which it felt like a weird one. I
He
mean, it was
directed
similar to him.
Tusk. He
He
made
did.
Tusk.
He made Tusk.
Maybe this guy's a genius.
Uh, I've not seen. Like I've seen enough of his stuff to know that like I'm generally not a fan of how he directs things, but I could listen to the guy talk for hours. Like he's just got a fascinating like way of speaking. It's crazy that he can't. I haven't seen Tusk. Is Tusk something I should watch? It's a tough one, huh?
Ooh. Should you watch Tusk? Has anyone in chat watched? I don't think
Just based on that
anyone.
response, that tells me I probably should. It's been on my list. I haven't. Man, this thing got so much bigger.
Okay, I'm gonna read you
With
the
stones.
Google synopsis. A U.S.
Uh-huh.
podcaster ventures into the Canadian wilderness to interview an old man who has an
Mm-hmm.
extraordinary past. And the
Yeah.
American learns the man has a dark secret involving a walrus.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have? It is a dark film. Do
Yeah.
you?
I'm aware of like the basics about it.
Okay, okay. Should you watch Tusk?
Yeah. I mean, these long pauses are all I need to hear. The answer is, yeah, pretty clearly I need to.
That's the greatest movie of all time.
Well, not for that
Uh,
reason, but
no.
I'll check it out.
Tusk is a part of a 3-movie lineup that he was going to make, and I don't think it was ever made. It was that Yoga Hosers, and I don't remember what the third one was supposed to be called.
Okay.
But I can't remember why he's brought on, or why most of the or why the third film failed, or really anything. I can't give
Right.
you a ton of very compelling information. All I know is that Yoga Hosers is about two Canadian clerks, two female clerks. I know, very original.
Of course.
They don't call them, well, I'm not sure if I'd call Kevin Smith a hack, but two Canadian friends that work at a convenience store,
Hmm.
and under them, a frozen Nazi is created the technology to create an army of Nazis to take over Canada using sausages.
Oh,
And they come out half baked, and evil Nazi sausages run amok until they kill the sausages and the Nazi. Tusk
okay.
Tusk is worse. um, maybe not a worse film, right? In like cinematography and writing,
Hmm.
but Tusk. Can I? Do you know the gimmick to the movie?
Yes,
Okay, and the gimmick is I just want to hear it.
he turns him into a thing.
He turns him into a walrus.
That's right. Yeah.
Um, Maybe I'm being a little intense, and there's a chance you could be disappointed when you watch the actual film, and you'll go, "Oh, that's it." But it was like when I first
It,
watched it, when I first watched it, it was incredibly shocking.
it sounds like it's worth me seeing, if only so we can find out just where our sensibilities align or are misaligned. Because hearing how this affected you, I'll be curious because I now we could find out like, oh yeah, no, I had a similar reaction, or like you're saying, maybe maybe I've seen some shit, maybe I'm calloused over, and I'm just like, oh that was something to you, okay, all right.
Maybe it's not that you're calloused over. Maybe I'm being hyperbolic, but it was an intensely. It was just difficult to watch. Was that
Well,
kind of word?
but let me ask you this: how much about it did you know going in?
Nothing. Not a thing.
That I think that has a lot to do with the impact.
You should watch it with your
Like like
wife and kids.
wife and kids. On the other,
No.
like all the other, back to what we were talking about before, I don't think that I would have had, maybe, maybe, I don't think I would have had the reaction that I did seeing Hades Town if I knew what I was going to see, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
Um, the impact would have changed. It still would have been an impact, but it was nice experiencing because I'm sitting there, I'm going like, I'm really glad that I didn't say, oh, I'm going to read up on my Greek mythology a little bit before I go see this show because that's what it's about. I'm like, no, I don't know. What happens to Orpheus? What was that story about? Like here I am experiencing it for the first time.
Morpheus, Orpheus,
Mm.
freaking a 40th in the death basket. Sorry. It's a reference to the hit show. I should know his name. Curly hair guy. You're not gonna get it.
I won't.
Anyways, keep going.
Um,
Hannibal
well,
Buress was a comedian within the show. This is gonna eat away at me.
so I figured out a couple of things. One, I'm gonna have to, you know, cottage is what it is now until I'll make more rocks for the next crafting stream. Uh, I think I'm going to take advantage of the fact as much as I can. So I don't know if you're looking at the stream at all, but the idea is the cottage comes apart, the front half comes off, and the back half is going to stay. So I'm going to do an interior decoration stuff in here. But I'm realizing now, looking at it, I'm like, I'm always going to want more space. That's kind of why the thing is as honking big as it is. But because the other wall is the same thing, I can actually build up um, more. I can build up more floor here. Um, because there's it could be contained within this. I have to go up, but I can probably gain like an inch and a half, I think, of like more playable space and add some dimension to it if I build it the right way. It might be tricky, but I think I can. So that's nice. I am good. So I'm gonna have to come back and work on it some more. Obviously, there's still plenty to do. Boy, this project. I think this is the most vulnerable I've been with a project on the stream because I still can't decide if I hate this building or not.
You almost scrapped the whole project
A
a
few
week and a half
times.
ago.
I know. Yeah.
For the first time, I believe, because the shape wasn't right. You tried again, solely on my
The,
suggestion. I remember I was
totally
watching.
you. It was you.
Um,
this helps. I like this, and I think that
You know what angle you could go for?
what angle
First
could I
thing,
go for?
you should do. I'm not sure if it would work super well. You should do it. That is a stone house built into the terrain.
Yes.
That's the first thing I think of when I see a
Hmm.
shape like this. Supernatural shape. You create a hill, and it just becomes this massive piece, like another
Sure.
shelf filler. So it looks
Right.
more naturalistic, like a gigantic boulder has been scraped out
Yeah.
and then lived
Well,
inside
part
of.
of it until it I so here's what's going to help this building a lot. And this is actually the front. I started on the back, but what's going to help this cottage a lot is um, a a fancy sort of a very deliberately ornate front door. It's going to take it instantly into hobbit territory. Some round windows. I don't think the door is going to be round, but I think the windows will be. Um, I think that the nature of the top and the second floor and the roof, I could probably do like a chimney thing. I think the more it starts to look like a cozy building, the more it's going to take it to we'll see.
I I think the worry that you have, if I had to make an assumption and not make an
Yes,
ass out of you and me,
of
is that
course.
you're worried that you want to continue the project because you have hope that it will shape up as you get closer, right? You'll have the
I think it
full,
will.
they'll be
I think it
decorated,
will.
you'll have moss on the stones,
Oh
you'll have
yeah, it's going to look
you'll think about the
and it's not
origin of the stones, but
it's but
but what if it's just off? Like you get near
I
the end
know. I
and
know.
it's just like the shape or something where everything feels slightly out of place. What do
I
you
know.
do then?
I think I probably just live with it.
Okay. It'll be too deep. You're like, ah, well, that's it.
This could very likely be the house that works, and then when I try this again, I nail it. Because the really tricky thing about it is so much is dependent on the initial shape. Like it's so deterministic. Like what I'm doing right now, like it is what it is. I'm everything I'm layering on now. It will help because as I do things like doors or a door, as I do windows, these things are also carving out of. So that's going to affect the shape. I mean, everything windows don't get added on, so it's going to be carving more out of it. Same goes for things like chimneys or anything else that carves out of what's there. That actually helps a lot because it makes it seem less like it's just a big. But the original concept was a building that looks like a pot turned upside down, and it's there. It is that. So yeah, um, I think it'll be great. I think it'll be great. I think that if I didn't want to make it playable, it could be better at a smaller size. But I want to make it playable, so this is the size we are. Thanks for listening to me justify this to myself for a few minutes, but that's it. That's all I have to do. I have to make more stones. Let's see. Tomorrow afternoon, I will definitely be working more on the one shot. I'm right about 11,000, almost 12,000 words on it so far. Obviously pre-editing and layout and stuff like that, so a lot's going to change there, but I'll dig into that tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night is a miniature painting stream, and then Friday night is Stray. I'm playing the cat game, and so I probably won't get back to this until the weekend. It's the curse of keeping the variety of the stream up. So come back
Go
to it
in.
soon. Mm-hmm.
My mic.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
your mic is toast.
Yeah, it's bad. It's rough.
Well, good thing
I
you made it through the stream though. That's the important part. We got to talk about all the essentials.
Yeah. And right after I get off of this, boom, broken.
Yeah, well, yeah, it'll have served its purpose by then. This is going to sit on a hill. This is going to sit on some terrain, which also will give me a chance to make it look more like it exists in a world. Because there is actually a hidden cellar, so the hill has to exist so that the entire thing can be moved to reach the cellar underneath. So,
Which
yeah,
will be a separate thing entirely.
that's right. Yeah,
It'll be the other half of a pot.
It'll be a as subtle a hill, as simple as I can make it without making it look strange. But it gives me a chance to do like a path. We can do like a garden. We can do all sorts of stuff to enhance this. Yeah. The nice part about if I did want to make a smaller version, like literally half the size of it would probably be nice. It would take probably like 1/10 of the time if I decided I wanted to do that. So maybe I'll do that someday too. But I make things big. Whatever. Who gives a shit? Okay, we're all good.
Yeah, I have faith.
It'll be fine. Well, cool. Well, thanks for calling me, talking to me,
Yeah.
and good
Always
luck.
happy to randomly stumble into a conversation about how if I was God, I would correct a minor mistake in my favorite film.
Yeah, I mean, where else can you have these conversations? It's the only way.
So,
All right. Well, catch you next time.
Yeah,
Enjoy
good
your
night,
Thursday.
well,
Yeah, you too.
and never stop carving foam.
Yeah, not yet. Not for a while. Well, thanks for hanging out, Sleepy Doggo, Kenobi One. Jojo Rabbit's on my list too. I'll watch it at some point. Thanks for bringing all the soup to the stream, Sleepy Doggo. Appreciate it. I think this thing's gonna be stinking cool. I'm looking forward to seeing it come together. I think it's gonna be great. Quirky little building. That's what I wanted. Looks like a basket. Good. Actually, if I flip it over like this, look at it like that. Basket. I could put a stew in there. Make everybody happy. Okay. I will be back on tomorrow afternoon. And like I said, we'll paint up a miniature or two tomorrow night. See how it goes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Yeah, it's a good time. I'll see you guys soon.